I'd like to call to order the regular April meeting of the Frankfurt Plant Board. And ask the Secretary to call the roll.
Member Delam? Here. Member Keeban?
Here.
Member Mason?
Here.
Member Snyder?
Here.
Member Dutton Mitchell? Here.
We are all here in a quorum to do business. First item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. And I'll take one motion for the minutes of the March 17th board meeting and the special meeting we had on April the 10th. And if y'all have had, those are in your meeting materials, any changes or additions? If not, I'll accept a motion for their approval.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. Thank you all very much. Next item on the agenda is the financials for the month ending March 31st, 2026. Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Good evening, everyone. What you have before you in your board packet tonight are financials on and through March 31st, 2026. So that's 9 months through our fiscal year. I'll do a really quick summary and give you a little update on our budget and audit as well. So first, looking at page 19, I'd like to go over the statement of net position. This is where we sit. Basically, the balance sheet as of March 31st, 2026. Looking at total assets, $250 million. You can see that's up $4.9 million or 2%. And that's driven primarily by the increase in our property, plant, and equipment. We've talked about this all year. The plant board has made a major commitment into infrastructure. Just this first 9 months, we've invested $13.5 million in infrastructure. So that's what's driving the increase in assets. Liabilities, you see that's going the other direction. That's a nice thing to see. Assets up, liabilities down. At $93 million, that's a decrease of $8 million or 8% year over year. You have your assets up, liabilities down. Net position is up $157 million, up 12.9, bringing your liabilities and net position in line and equal to your assets. Let's do a quick discussion about the financial performance for the plant board through the first 9 months. Looking at page 24 of your board packet, statement of revenues, expenses, and change in net position. This is the company-wide summary that goes through all divisions, admin departments. The budget to actual for revenue and expenditures are within line. We're doing better than expected in revenue and expenses. So I'd like to focus on the trending of our financials year over year, looking at where we are through the first 9 months compared to 9 months last year. You can see, looking at line 20, total operating revenue is up $845,000 or 1%. When you look at total revenue, which is your operating plus all other revenue, we're up about $2 million or 2.3%. And that sounds good. And then you look at operating expenses are outpacing the increase in revenue by $250,000. So when operating expenses up $2.2 million or 3% year over year. So that brings your change in net position to $10.1 million, down $250,000 from a year ago. It's important to note that that change in net position, the difference between revenue and expenses, does not reflect the actual cash of the company. That amount does not account for the debt that we've had to service this year so far, and also doesn't account for that 13.1 in infrastructure investment I mentioned earlier, talking about the statement of net position. So overall, we're marching towards the end of a fiscal year. We've got our budget process is going along well. We have plans to deliver the budget draft to you all at the next month's May's regular meeting. We'll have that to you. And then we can talk about individual meetings with board members to look at what we have presented. And also, as far as the audit, the board approved moving forward with the new auditor, Cherry Beckert. We've had conversations with them, scheduled interim procedures, and getting information back and forth to them. So communication's going well with that new auditor as well. I'd be glad to answer any questions on any topic.
Yep. Oh, go ahead, John.
The new auditors seem like they're going to be engaged, that being they're ready to go, and is your assessment of?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They've worked well with our schedule to this point and have no reason. Everything's off and running. The first year is always the biggest lift for us and for them both, with getting everything set up and getting to know our system, our system and our operating procedures. But going well so far.
Okay.
Anyone else have a question, Steve?
You said that expenses are outpacing last year. What can you know what's causing that to happen?
So when you look at the increase in wholesale power, the increase in our electric overhead line expense, and health insurance, when you add those three together, that's 60% of the increase.
Okay.
So that's what's driving most of it. The rest are miscellaneous items.
And secondly, the capital expense, the 13 million, what kind of things are those, if you can?
So one of the
give
bigger,
examples of those?
sure, one of the bigger items, next band expansion for telecom is one of the larger ones. When you look at water, we have the Midway project, we have the isolation valve project, and some other items as far as capital contributions, line extensions, things of that nature. And then you're looking at electric, we're doing some major work to some substations and things of that nature. So most of the things we've talked about, the board's approved. So it's just, it's to keep us moving forward and to keep our system at the condition we would like to, and also just expanding into new services. I mean, we introduced a new 5 gig service within the last year, and next band's moving forward well. So it speaks a lot to the planning and financial responsibility of the plant board being able to invest back into your assets.
Anyone else? David, you had mentioned, you'd sent an email out to board members, and a lot of times we'll have one or two board members talk to each of the divisions. Some of the folks have already expressed an interest to me. When were you planning on having those meetings and setting those up? When were you gonna do the departmental meetings or try to get with the board members? First week of May, I thought, was when you had said about that?
What we would like to do is, when you get presented with the first draft at the May meeting, anytime between that May meeting when you receive it and the public meetings, which we were looking at the second week of June.
Okay,
So that would give us at least 2, maybe 2.5 weeks that we would all be working from the same sheet of music, the same budget draft.
Okay.
And everyone could speak intelligently to what is in it. You know, right now it's still being developed. So I
Okay.
prefer to have the individual meetings after you've received the draft in May.
okay. And we also will need to have a budget meeting with the whole board to discuss changes and direction on personnel matters and other things as well. Kathy, would you send out a board invite? That we usually end up doing that the last week of May, but Catherine, you're out the first week, are you out the first week of June or last week of May?
Part the last week and first week of June.
All right, well, if you just let, when that email comes around, we'll figure out on a day. Okay.
So for the special meeting, we were looking at, the 9th and the 10th of June.
Okay.
Um,
And that would give, David, that would give you all enough time to have everything done for the board meeting on the 16th?
Yes, sir. That would give us 2.5 weeks to have individual meetings with the board members.
Uh-huh.
I think we've been doing the last couple of years just one day of public meetings. I
Yes.
think we can pull that off.
Yeah.
And then any changes we usually summarize in a summary document.
Right.
So that we can just talk about net effect of any changes that
Okay.
come out of that. And then we would get the final, as soon as you approve it if everything goes well on the June meeting, we
Yeah.
would have it ready by the end of the month and meet all
Okay.
of our regulatory stuff as far as being ACE.
Does the June 10th sound, the 9th might be a bad day for me, the 10th will work for me. If that, figure out if that works for everybody, we'll plan on doing that, and we've generally done that at around noon and just kind of gone through the afternoon, so if y'all are okay with doing that, we'll sort of pencil that in for now, and we'll get final confirmation once everybody's schedules get squared away, okay? All right. Any other questions from any of the members? If not, I'll accept the motion to accept the financials.
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded with no further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Financials are accepted. Okay. Informational item, public comments. Kathy, do we have any,
We don't have anybody sign up.
Okay. okay. What about on the web? We had the one that, the two that were sent to us.
Yes,
And the staff are working through those to try to rectify any problems we have, so, okay, all right. Departmental reports, is that gonna be Travis this month, or Shermister?
Be happy to.
That's whoever's gonna do it.
Yep, so Kathy Lindsay will kick us off with public information.
Good evening. We've been pretty busy down in the studio and up here. We've finished all of our one-on-one meet the candidate interviews for the magistrate, 6th district, and for the sheriff candidates. Those are already up and running. Last week, we did the chamber forums, candidate forums, both of those races as well for both Republican and the Democrats. So that's all squared away. We're ready for May 19th, which is the primary election. We'll be doing live election coverage from the county clerk's office on that evening. Other than that, we're in the middle of doing scholarship scoring with the Rotary Youth Foundation. We had 35 applicants for our scholarships, so we were pleased with the number, and it keeps growing every year, which is good. So we're in the middle of scoring those. We have a meeting with the committee next week to finalize those. And we'll have all those done by the time all the senior classes have their award ceremonies. And once I get those dates, I'll send those out to you guys if anybody wants to go present those scholarships. Other than that, Cable 10's been working really hard. We're in the middle of baseball and softball season. In addition to all the stuff we do around here and all the government meetings, I think they're also doing ARB tonight as well. So just busy as usual. Any questions?
Kathy, I do have one question. With the primary election being on the 19th, that is also the night of our regular board meeting. Do we want to move that board meeting to a Monday are our tech people going to be?
They would probably prefer if you move the meeting. Because, yeah,
Y'all be spread a little thin.
we'll be spread a little thin for sure, yeah.
Would the 18th work for everybody, just coming on the Monday instead of the Tuesday?
And it'd be a special, so.
It would
we'll
be a
have to lock in
special,
the
yeah.
agenda,
We'd have to lock in the agenda, but should not be an issue.
Is that a problem with getting the budget out?
The 18th of May?
Yeah, 18th?
Actually.
Okay. That sounds good. Let's go ahead and,
Okay.
we'll schedule a special meeting next month instead of the regular day meeting. We'll have a special meeting on the 18th.
Sounds good. Then you all can enjoy election night.
Yeah.
Pop some popcorn, sit back.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Anybody
Nope.
else? Thank you.
Thank you. Knock and safety. Sorry.
Hey, good evening. For March, it looks like the knock, we entered 519 trouble calls, handled 2,231 phone calls, and on the locate side of the house, we did 837 locates, so a pretty good bump for March, but warm weather's coming, we expect that. That totals, I see a typo down there, but it totals 6,030 locates for the fiscal year that we've done so far. And then on the safety report, we had one workplace injury that month, not reportable, just a minor injury. One vehicle accident involving one of our vehicles. It was a no fault, just I think it was like a rear end kind of thing, nothing major. A couple of damage investigations, and then our normal safety trainings and inspections and that type of daily stuff. So typical month, busy as usual. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
No?
Nothing?
Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. April, would the customer service be next?
Good evening. You can find the customer service reports on page 91 through 94. As you can see, in the month of March, we assisted roughly 7,700 customers. About 4,700 of those were phone calls and 1,640 customers. And then there were about 1,300 customers or transactions, I should say, through the drive-through. Our wait times, when you remove those 4 peak days, were right around that 1 minute mark for tier 1 and tier 2, and then just slightly over 2 minutes for tier 3. We had 11 positive Google reviews, and then we had 3 service issues inquiries. Before I get to questions, I just want to remind customers that it is budget reconciliation month. May is our budget reconciliation, so if you're a cycle 1 customer, May 1st, you'll pay your bill in full, and then you'll automatically be reverted back to budget unless you tell us otherwise. And then if you are interested in billing or budget billing, and you're not currently on budget billing, if you're cycle 1, you have until May 8th to sign up. And then our cycle 2 customers, their May 15th bill will be their reconciliation month where they'll pay that bill in full. And then they can sign up on the portal from April 28th through, I think it was May 22nd. So just a reminder to customers, it's budget month. So if they want to get on budget, now's the time to do that. And they can do that through our portal. So if y'all have any questions, happy to answer.
Nope.
All right, thank you all.
April, just real quick,
Okay.
the reconciliation because of the cold snap and everything, just looking at it, have you looked at it? I mean, is it gonna be a shock to a lot of people, or is it about normal, or?
I think it's about normal
Okay.
because they have some of those bills in, March and September that kind of offset that.
Okay.
But as usual, if there's a customer that finds that they have a really large balance, we can work with them
Okay.
before putting them back on budget.
Okay.
All right,
Thank-
is that it? Thank you all.
Thank you, April. Next up will be the telecom report. Adam?
Good evening. Report starts on page 95 of your board packet with customer numbers. We continue to migrate people over to the next band, which is good. The next 2 pages are the outages for the month. We had 3 outages. Most of them were power related. Nothing major, common stuff. And the last page of the report is the trouble calls. We still continue to trend low, but I think part of this is we've really been striving to stop the calls in the office. Have the service order reps talk through with the customers to try to work out the issues, and sometimes those trouble calls aren't captured, but I still think we're still doing better and definitely have a lot less truck rolls as far as trouble call goes. That's about it. County will continue to migrate. We're going to turn on about 200 homes in the county area, so hopefully we'll see those install numbers pop up there. 2 areas are working on a redesign because of easements, and then after those 2 areas, everything will be out for construction. So talking with Mike this morning, he feels good about the timeline, so hopefully we'll get that project wrapped up this year. So,
Okay.
any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And next up will be Scott with the electric report.
Good evening. The electric report starts on page 99. Just a quick definition of SAIDI. I know we talk about SAIDI quite a bit, and we're giving you some more information tonight about some SAIDI numbers. For just the public's information to know that when we talk about SAIDI, we're talking about what we call it, abbreviated for the System Average Interruption Duration Index. And that's pretty much it's a key utility factor or indicator that they use to help measure grid reliability. And it's pretty much all you're doing is dividing the sum of all the customer interruptions, durations by the total number of customers. And of course, the lower your SAIDI number, the better you're performing. So with that being said, of course, on page 99, you're going to start with the 2026 SAIDI number. We're at 34.344 for the month, this month. This same time back in 2025, you will see our SAIDI number was 20.44642. And then back in 21, this same month, SAIDI number was 13.33254. You can disregard page 102. This is the same pie sheet that you normally see, but this one is based upon the outage duration numbers. We typically give you all the outage count numbers. So the outage count numbers on page 103. But if you happen to like to see this 102 as well, we could continue to show it. But 103 is pretty much the same pie chart. You'll see we had a total number of 2,074 customers affected for the month. Total count of 13 outages. That average is about 159.54 customers per outage. Has your percentage of the types of outages, and at the bottom has your numbers of those actual outages related to those percentages. And then the last 2 pages, of course, will be your top 10 outages for the month. I'll be happy to answer any questions. And then as I think there's been some information sent around. We do not have a certificate to show you tonight, but the FPB Electric Department did receive the top 25% of reliability numbers from APPA. So we will, once we get that copy of that certificate, we'll make sure you all get to see that as well. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Just to piggyback on that a little bit, Scott and I had quite a bit of back and forth on the reliability indices and how we present those. We might kind of continue to fine tune how that's presented in the board package. I know some of the board members were interested in seeing a little bit more information, especially historical. Kind of what we've been back and forth on. Most of the reliability indices are, you're looking for an annual number. So what's the right way to present that in a monthly meeting? So if you just take like a 1 month's data, is that really a true picture? So we're gonna kind of continue to fine tune that and just kind of think through what makes the most sense and what's the most accurate way to kind of report the performance.
And Travis, let me ask you a question about that while we're talking about it. You know, the 3 months you gave us, the historical months for these months, when you drill down to smaller areas of time, doesn't like fluctuations in weather play a much bigger role in any of that in terms of what storms you might have or other kinds of things?
Yeah.
Is that why you like to go with the annual number instead?
For that reason exactly. So if you have a SAIDI of 0 for February and then 100 for March, it doesn't really tell you a whole lot about the overall health of the system. So that's kind of what Scott and I had been working through a little bit, and we'll kind of continue to think through we don't want to overstate our performance or, unfairly, hammer ourselves over the head. So
Understand.
we'll kind of keep working on it.
Okay.
But yep, exactly. So we'll just roll right into SEPA from that. So our SEPA numbers, if I can get them up here, give me just a second. SEPA has gotten better at getting us our bills faster. So if it's okay with the board, I will do 2 months at this meeting, and then we'll be caught up to where we're not 2 months behind on the regular board package. We'll just do the last month. So I'm going to skip ahead on the SEPA package to page, let's see, where does that begin here?
110?
110, yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so I'll just go briefly here. SEPA for February, total bill $86,534. Same for March. That's our usual bill. Our net payment for February was $259,929 and $134,767 for March, which brings us to a profit to the board of $173,395 in February and $48,233 in March, and that brings us through March of 2026 a net benefit to the board of $795,324. And we did receive from SEPA a rate increase notice. It's the same one we usually get in the spring every year. All their capital improvement projects, that kind of creeps the rate up every year. As you can see in the SEPA report, we're still doing very well. I expect we'll continue to do well with SEPA.
Yeah.
So happy to answer any questions on those.
Thank you.
And for KYMEA, the next KYMEA meeting is scheduled for the 23rd. Does that sound correct, Gary? That'd be this week. Regular place and time. So this month we do expect the board to take a vote on next year's all requirements rates, and we'll have more discussion on the impacts of that on one of the action items if you want to just cover it then.
That's fine.
Gary, anything else on KYMEA we want to cover?
Like we mentioned last time before, they're highly likely the board will approve the rate increase KYMEA. It's a 4.9% proposed. The final number could be very little bit, but not going to be much. And our proposal increase, which is you're going to review it for public hearing, anything else.
Right.
The amount increase almost match similar with the KYMEA increase.
All right.
Alrighty, if there's no more questions on SEPA or KYMEA, Bruce can give us the water distribution report.
Good evening, Board. Starting on page 115, you will see that the month of March we installed 13 new water services. Only had one water main break, and that one water main break did also lead to one water outage. A couple other pieces of information for March. We worked about 644 service orders for the month, changed out 714 water meters, And then at the close of business today, we are left with only 167 water meters to change out for the AMI project. And right now, getting out in the district, they're averaging about 15 meters a day. So that's took a big increase over since last month. They changed a whole lot of water meters out in March. So we're looking to be in good shape.
Excellent. Okay.
Does anybody have any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bruce. Next up will be the water treatment report. Brandon?
Good evening, everyone. For the month of March, the water treatment plant treated 288,219,000 gallons of water for an average of 9.29 million gallons per day, and Lock 4 averaged 7,028 cubic feet per second for a daily average of 4.54 billion gallons a day. Be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Mr. Chairman, that should conclude our departmental report.
Okay, thank you very much, Travis. Moving on to the action items. Item 5.1, accept the minutes of the April 6, 2026 Ethics Committee special meeting. Hans, we come out okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nothing before ask for a motion to accept.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Travis, we're talking about electric rate increase. Here's the foreshadowing you gave us earlier, I guess, so.
Yes, sir. So now is the time. Zach's going to pilot for me. Zach, if you would just go ahead and go to the second slide there. Just briefly, kind of how we got to where we are today to discuss the electric rate increase. You'll probably remember back in June of 2023, we received a report from 1898 and Company, and Craig, who led that report from 1898 and Company, he's here today to talk about another potential tariff discussion, but he can kind of back me up if we get into questions today. So that was June 2023. July 1st of 2023, that original rate increase was implemented. There was a second step to that rate increase that was planned for July of 2024. Due to favorable wholesale costs, the overall electric health of the overall health of the electric department, we were able to defer that second step. So again, going back to the original report, it was a proposed 7.8% total increase. Again, that's system average. There is some nuance to that. Certain classes were under collecting more so than other classes, so it wasn't necessarily 7.8% across the board, but that was the total system average. Again, so we're taking that 2023 report that's kind of the foundation of all the rate increases that we're discussing this evening. We talked a little bit about the wholesale rate increase. That, again, was kind of the key driver to the 2024 increase was delayed. As Gary and I mentioned, we're expecting a rate increase from KYMEA this year that's going to make that unfeasible for us to kind of continue to defer that increase. And obviously, that goes along with all the other inflationary issues that we've been facing like everybody else. Zach, you can go on to the next slide, please. Okay, again, so kind of back to KYMEA. We can get into the details on the rates if needed, but I think at a high level, the picture is essentially we're expecting about $2.35 million increase in our wholesale costs for electric, which is about a 5% increase from KYMEA. Again, that's not been approved yet. It could shift, it may be slightly under that number, but that's going to be very close to what we expect KYMEA to take action on this week. There's a few other kind of nuances to the bill. KYMEA is changing the way they're billing for transmission, but at the end of the day, there's not going to be a lot of change to us. They're just kind of essentially rewording it as far as we're concerned. So again, we can get into that. The MISO rates, we're expecting that not to change for now. Billing demand is going up. That's going to be kind of the key driver. We expect that to be an additional 1.9 million. So that's, again, kind of the big one. You'll see their transmission, it goes down, but also goes up, so it's essentially a wash, the way they're kind of reframing the transmission. Again, the member resource credits, that's our SEPA component of the bill. Pretty similar, mostly flat. So again, high level, end of the day, we're expecting about 2.35 million is the need for additional revenue to cover wholesale increases. Zach, next slide. So again, we're trying to take that 2023 study as the foundation. You know, doing our due diligence, we want to make sure there's a comprehensive cost of service study we can rely on to inform those decisions on rate increases. Going back to the previous slide, you know, we're expecting that KYMEA increase to be mostly offset by the original proposed increase from 2024 that was deferred. So that's what we're essentially proposing is we use the 2024 deferred increase. It's essentially going to be a wash, so there's not going to be any expected additional revenue from this rate increase. It's mostly, again, going to offset that 2.35 million. Again, following the recommended increase, it's about 120,000 in additional revenue to the plant board. Zach, next slide. I'll touch on these very briefly. So again, some classes we know have been under collecting more so than other classes, so that rate increase is not uniform necessarily across the board, but it is based on cost of service principles. This is the same methodology we followed back in 2023. The target increase for residential, we're looking at 5.85%. The majority of that will be in the fixed component, the customer charge. Again, that's based on the cost of service study. That's where we think we're under collecting by the largest margin. General service, so this is most of your commercial customers, 3.9%. General service demand, again, more commercial, but your slightly larger commercial customers. So, you know, big box store could be in this class. 2.5%. Zach, you can go ahead to the next one. And again, for some of the larger classes, we were closer to cost of service on those, so the increase is smaller. Large power, a 2.01% increase. Both of our large power classes, so the rate 21 is going to be our biggest customers. Again, they have been tracking closer to cost of service, so their increase is smaller. Some of the other classes, so like street and signal lights, not a lot of revenue, but we are going to go ahead and bring those up as well, or recommend to bring those up as well. 5.85% for street lights and signal lights. Zach, go ahead to the next one. There was a time of use class we implemented after Craig's cost of service study for 2023. So it wasn't included in that original study because it was a later rate, but we've taken essentially that residential increase, applied the same methodology to the time of use rate, so they will increase by the same amount the other residential customers have increased. Same schedules, again, time of use. You know, electric costs for us are very time-based. The idea is to incentivize customers to use electric off of our peak. Our savings can then be transferred to them with those really low rates. If you're an EV driver, if you can charge at night, this might be a great option for you.
Travis, have we had many people take advantage of that?
I think it's very small, like a handful, 2 or 3 so far. Zach, next slide. EV charging, again, this was another one. We implemented these rates after that cost of service study. So what I've proposed here is we just take that system average 3.9% increase, apply that across the EV charging rates to kind of keep us caught up on those as well. So we have the public stations. We've got the couple level 2 and the DC fast charger. We're going to propose, again, a 3.9% increase on those as well. Any questions so far? I know I'm moving quickly, but again, we've kind of seen this before, so I'm just trying to hit the high points. Zach, you can go ahead to the next one. Typical monthly bill impact. These are always kind of difficult because, you know, what exactly is a typical customer, especially when you get into the larger classes. But for a residential customer, If you are a 1,000 kilowatt hour a month customer, which if you look at our total system, that's about average for a residential customer. Again, there's a lot of variance within that. Some customers are way above, some way below. But for 1,000 kilowatt hours a month, you're looking at about a $7 increase. Again, the general service rates, you know, a little smaller increase, but for, you know, say a 2,000 kilowatt hour small commercial customer, about the same, about a $7 increase. Zach, you can move forward to the next one. The large power rates are really where it depends so much on the details, because you have an energy and a demand charge. Customers in this class can be all over the board. If you're one of these customers, you want to reach out to us and we can help you understand the bill impacts. We're happy to do that. But again, it's about a 2% average. And it's going to depend a lot on how you use that electric. So a typical monthly bill analysis for the industrial customers, it's, you know, there's not a lot to be gleaned from that, but, you know, we're happy to help if anybody has questions. So again, a typical residential customer, about $7 a month. We're still very competitive. I think Gary would back me up on this. I think we're probably some of the most competitive in the state. If you read the news, you follow the industry, since 2023, most of the competitors around us have had several increases. We can kind of cover that more during the public hearing if the board likes. We can maybe do a comparison of kind of where everybody else is in the state. But we're going to remain very competitive, you know, despite the increase we're proposing here. Zach, were there any more slides after that? That might have been it.
Go ahead.
I was saying, to define the word competitive, another way to say that's lower, right?
That's what I mean by competitive.
Yeah.
We are still lower.
I mean, people say competitive, what's that mean? Lower is
Yeah.
the number, I mean, it's the word.
And the other thing I was
Yeah.
gonna mention is, this originally was a rate increase that was supposed to take place in 2024.
Correct.
And we've held it off for 2 years. We have held it off, I think, for as long as we can. We'll talk more about that at the public hearing, but I just want to let everybody know that we're not entering into this lightly.
Right.
And, but no, happy to, because at the time, refresh my memory, at the time we did that, we were still operating under the old surcharge that Kemia was putting on, correct?
Yeah.
And
that may
then,
have
and
been-
then when this increase came in, it kind of took away, you know, that surcharge went away, but this increase kind of came in and took its place. And, you know, we've been able to stall it off for 2 years, so that was my understanding.
Yeah, that's a kind of a power cost adjustment during the pandemic, after pandemic.
Yeah.
They put a more per megawatt hour, per kilowatt hour charge in that period of time, try to collect more for their reserve. So, but overall, come back, this is a 3.9% increase. It's not a 7.8.
Right.
It's a total
It's
twice
half- it's
together.
half of that original.
It's a
was-
half of that.
Yes.
And
Okay.
the second part is, we're going to go to detail once, you know, in the hearing to
Yes.
show, like, large provider in Kentucky, like Kentucky Utility, or compared to us.
Right.
When you go to side, lay out everything exactly, so you typical customer, either 1,000 or 1,200 kilowatt hour per kilowatt hour cost. Then you can see exactly, because based on Public Service Commission already approved, I think the KU rate is 13.1 or something per
Yeah,
kilowatt
that
hour.
neighborhood, yeah.
So we will show you our customer after this, what's the cost. And nobody like a cost increase, I mean, the rate increase, as we know. I mean, I know you don't. I mean, we don't like proposal either. But until we have this KYMEA increase, which you can see pretty much our increase is a pass give
Passing
to
it
the
on.
KYMEA, pretty much all.
Right.
And it's like we talked a couple of months ago. I mean, what's important for people to realize, it's not like we're doing this discretionary, that we just want more money. We're gonna be getting a bigger bill every month
Yep.
to pay for the power, and all we're doing is basically passing it through and saying,
Yes.
we're getting a bigger bill because the power's costing more.
Yes.
And like Travis said, this is a nationwide thing that's going on. It's not
Yes.
Frankfurt, it's not Kentucky, it's nationwide. Power is
Yes.
going up. I mean,
I saw a news report, which is, I think I sent to you based on the Wall Street Journal article for since 2019 to 25, the largest 50 IOU, investment-oriented, like KULG, which is they serve most majority population in this country, they had a 33% increase for last 6 years. And even last 3 year average, they going twice than cost of living increase.
Any other questions on this? We will go ahead and then schedule the public hearing for the May meeting, and then we can take any action we'll need to take on prior to the start of the fiscal year at the June meeting.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
And you're going to stay on with our friends from 1898 on the next agenda item. Consider large load electric tariff and discuss another, well, it'll probably be a combined public hearing, but
Yes, sir, correct.
go ahead, Travis.
Yep, so I'll hand it right over to Craig, who can, correct me on my last presentation, but he's here to discuss. So just kind of briefly to tee up the conversation, obviously, data centers are a huge national topic, especially how electric systems are handling them. So we reached out to Craig and asked 1898 to kind of help us think through, number one, what kind of rate that would need to be to protect the utility and our ratepayers. What other kind of contractual provisions we need to, again, ensure that, the rest of our rate base is not in any way financially harmed. So, Craig, I'll kick it off to you.
Thank you very much. It's good to see all familiar faces again.
Thanks, Craig.
Good to be back. And yeah, so like Travis said, today's going to focus on a large load rate study we did, and this is generally, even though it's not necessarily data center specific, it's for the most part planned around potential data centers. Zach, if you can go to the next slide, please. So just some broad discussion. We've been doing a lot of these studies from smaller munis and distribution co-ops to big IOUs and big G&T cooperatives that are generation and transmission side. And this is literally all across the country, people are getting hit with this. But there is a large increase in demand for AI data center load. And they're pretty unique loads in that they're very, high demand. These are very large scale operations, but they also run at a very continuous high demand where they have a high load factor. So that can have advantages to your system as well. You're getting, we've worked with some scaled up into the gigawatt size, 400, 500, 1,200, 1,600, megawatt plants. I think the type that you're getting more interest in is more in the 20 to 50 megawatt range, and that's typical for one your size. But I literally was on a call this afternoon before I came here about a 20 megawatt system in California that's potentially adding a 400 megawatt data center. So that will be totally bifurcated, I think, from the utility, but it's amazing the scale that we've been dealing with on these things. Next slide, please. So just a little bit about how we approach this. And this is a pretty common scope we've done for all of these. With our overall intent when we approach these types of studies is what's the incremental cost on the system and how do we protect the existing ratepayers? And that's really our overarching theme as we go through this. Specific to FPB, we started by updating the financial forecast model. So you remember after the last cost of service study, we created some new classes. So we started by updating the model to add the general service demand class so we can kind of forecast revenues that way, and took a fresh look at what the forecast looks like now. And then it became a cost of what it's going to cost to serve a new data center load. So we talked, what is the incremental cost for there? We came up with a couple rate design options to look at, and then we start looking at what's the impact on the overall system, and then what's the impact if we design that rate on the individual classes, and how does it impact them? And then a big focus of these studies is a lot on the contractual provisions and risk mitigation approaches. So we've kind of brought some of the national approach there to you all, and I'll just finish up with some conclusions and takeaways. Next slide, please. 2 ahead. Okay, I'm not going to harp a whole lot on this because this update of the model was actually done last fall, and Travis's numbers are more up to date. But it does show you that the increase in the need for rate increase shows up in 2027, and at the time there's a very large jump in 2028. That's primarily driven by the power supply increases as well. So This, falls in line with Travis in 2027, but I think there's probably more coming unless something changes on the power supply front. When we've gone through this process, we kind of focused our analysis on 2028 just because these things take time. It usually takes building a substation. So we wanted to look ahead on future years and what this looks like. But overall, we just were able to update the forecast, and it does show an indicated 15% rate increase for 2028. Next slide, please. Okay, so to focus more on how we approach this, again, we developed a large load scenario, like what are we going to model? In this case, we are looking at a sample 20 megawatt load. We worked to come up with what is the cost of serving that load from a power supply perspective. And then we kind of went through this already, to design the rates and options, test the impact on system and class, and risk mitigation. So next slide. So to get there, obviously you all are in a unique situation because your power supply future is still undetermined beyond 2029, and that's an ongoing process. But we did have a call with KYMEA to say, hey, have you guys been dealing with this? What is it going to look like for Frankfurt if something new comes online? How would you supply it? And they've been going through this process as well and taking on interest from how it would be served. And we're very much aligned with us in that the incremental cost should be isolated to the new loads, and it shouldn't just be embedded as part of the system as another customer on the system. So out of that conversation, we got to that their estimates of a new separate power supply is about $95 a megawatt hour, or 9.5 cents per kilowatt hour, which is quite a bit higher than what your 7-cent average is now. And so that became the focus of how we're going to structure this rate. And then you can see we came up with a 20,000 kilowatt or 20 megawatt demand, 90% load factor. That's about 157,000 kilowatt hours, billion kilowatt hours per year. And then to get to that $95 a megawatt hour, we assumed a $20 generation piece of that per kilowatt month, $8 for transmission as a demand charge, and then kind of worked our way with the energy charge to get to that $95. So this is what we expect the cost from KYMEA in this model for what it's going to look like for this new customer. Next slide. So beyond just the power supply, there's a lot of additional cost considerations when it comes to adding these types of customers to your system. And again, this goes to the thing of making sure, and this is really the national push now. There's even the White House as a ratepayer protection pledge that all the major data center owners, your Metas, your Googles, all those have signed off on, saying that they're willing to pay all the costs associated with this. So no costs go to the existing customer classes. And so that's a good thing. And the reason that is as we found out that unlike previous years where you're trying to attract a new industrial customer, you're trying to offer the best rate. That is very much not the case anymore. It is no longer a race to the bottom. It's speed to market is what they value. And they really are not price sensitive. So they'll look at a 9, 10, 11 cent rate and go, okay, how fast can you get it online? So that's a positive for you. And that gives you opportunity to both make sure you're covered for your existing members and hopefully create a benefit on some level as well. So along with that concept is any additional infrastructure that comes with that, they pay for upfront in advance, write a check for this substation. Most loads served at this level will have their own substation tapped off a transmission line. But they are fully responsible for paying every bit of that. Any interconnection studies with MISO or KU or whoever you have to do the interconnection with, they're expected to pay for that in whole, including legal and consulting costs. So as these have gone further into developing some of my projects, my invoice just goes straight to the developer. And it's just a pass-through for the utility to ensure that the existing customers are not paying for that cost. And then the one that is not always consistent is transmission upgrade costs. So because you're adding huge loads to the greater MISO grid, if you have localized upgrades in your transmission system that need to be paid for, those are even being passed on to the new customer saying, you caused this, you're going to pay for this. And that's not consistent everywhere, but I think that's the trend that's going. Yes.
Just real quick,
on the architecture of our system,
Mhm.
where KU's and trunk lines come in, and we have 2 substations, is my understanding.
Mhm.
How would they interconnect to us? They would connect straight to KU and then be in our service area?
You've probably, I mean, yeah, I would think so. You would probably build a new substation off one of your KU transmission lines and serve directly from that, or unless you have they're tapped off your 69.
Yeah, it'll depend on of course, the details of each individual customer.
Okay, sure.
We operate the 69 kV system
Okay.
that feeds all of our distribution subs. So if they're kind of on the lower end of that range, they would probably tap off of us directly. Anything bigger than 20 to 25, I mean, of course, it'll all depend on the modeling and, you know, the customer specifics. So if you get above that, yes, it would probably be an additional tap from KU, but
Most likely it's typed in our system
Okay.
because that's our customer.
That's
Because
what I was
when you
trying to
tie
understand.
into their system,
That's
that
right.
can be a question directly because we are their wholesale customer on transmission service tie into their system. But if you do have a retail customer tie into their, but if it's in our service territory, yes, it's still our customer.
Okay, that's
But
that's
I
what I
think
was
it's
And then in some of these,
simple,
you can
easy.
almost create, you can isolate the power supply piece and the transmission piece separate as a pass-through, and you retain kind of we talk about base rate side.
Yeah.
You would still have your cost recovery for what you operate. Of course, they're tapped off the transmission. They're not receiving cost to the distribution system. But
So just to sum up what everybody said, if we wanted a full isolation from our existing sort of architecture, we could potentially tap into KU with our own substation in our territory, which means it's our customer, and they're paying the cost of it, but we're feeding it pretty much straight to them.
yeah.
Okay.
It kind of just comes down to the question of who owns the risk. And, you know, it's the more they become embedded in your system, should they be embedded in your system power supply cost, or do we want to keep it more isolated?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, could I? Just quick, I mean, and I know it varies about depending on who's building it. I mean, I assume if they're fronting all the cost up front, from a tax standpoint, they're 100% depreciating it year one. And do they have that much cash that they can front it? Or are they financing it? Or they have
definitely
that much
they
cash
definitely
up
have
front
that
that they can
much
pay it?
Yeah, so it's varied. So sometimes I've seen where the utility builds and operates the substation and the customer's just paying for it. So it's like a kayak, a contribution data construction. Sometimes they just pay for it themselves and own it and operate it. And I've seen situations where literally the data center owner is an equity owner of a plant, where like they give us $3 billion, we'll go build a $4 billion plant, and you're going to pay for 75% of it.
And
So
I know
it's-
there's not probably enough track record because these are fairly new
It's a lot of
phenomena.
ongoing, yeah. So it's,
I mean, what is I mean, and you see the national news at night, the General Assembly dealt with this issue, like you said, the White House has dealt with it. What is the likelihood of failure? I mean, they build it. I mean, they've not been around for 20 years, so you don't
Right.
have a track record.
Yeah.
But what's the likelihood of them spending that kind of money and then 5 years saying, we're done?
I think and that's the contractual provisions and risk mitigation we're going to get to, because that's a huge important factor of why this rate class needs to be separate from your existing
But we haven't
rate
seen that
classes.
track record yet at all, have
Yep.
we?
And that's why these, just to give you an advanced look, they essentially become take-or-pay contracts where you're paying the minimum demand charges based on a contract demand, whether you're taking power or not. So if there is some, great change in the efficiency of how data centers, and they say they use less power, you're locked in if you're locked in for the power. It's kind of like you're passing through that cost.
And we've never seen one of these go through bankruptcy, so we don't know the possibility of that debt being discharged.
Yep, and there's massive collateral requirements too.
Right.
And they kind of step up as you want to get as fast as you can past dealing with the developer and dealing with the end user. And usually that's like I just went through this on another one. When you get to where you're starting to actually get into reality, it's like, well, okay, we're going to set up this fund governance. We're going to set this fund over here. You're going to deposit $250,000 to pay for our studies. And they blinked.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, well, then we'll stop working.
Yeah.
And then, but they want to get going by 2027. So they're like, okay. And what it was is that forced them, their hand being the developer, to get the end user on the hook. So you're really in the driver's seat on cost recovery.
Can you, it may be this slide or maybe next slides, but I've spent a little time in this area too. Can you talk a little bit from your perspective about the time horizon itself having an impact on the technologies, and people potentially overbuilding for, in a year or two or three, cooling technologies and also just the chips themselves. And the availability of the chips they're aiming for, like what I'm starting to see in the market with sometimes PJM and stuff is people are getting so far behind when they're going to actually build the thing. By the time they get to build it, the technology's changed so much they don't need the same. So can you talk a little bit about
Yeah,
what you're
and
seeing
that's
there?
really why those contractual provisions are smart, and you're really getting them onto a contract with a load ramp that locks them in before you're starting really construction. But yeah, there is technology risk is one of the things that we're dealing with on what happens down the road. But the other big bottleneck right now is power infrastructure. I mean, if you want to build a new power plant, you're probably looking at 2032 at the earliest, just because there's so much demand, and plus the cost has basically doubled what it costs to buy a gas turbine, because pretty much all of these are being, you're either building new simple cycle combustion turbines, or because it's such a high load factor base load, more combined cycles are being built. And just the pipeline of that infrastructure is, it's filled up basically.
Well, and the way that my biggest concern, not only everything you're talking about, I mean, this is literally a blizzard right now. It's also the consolidation of AI ownership over time. So right now we have probably 11 or 12 players.
Yeah.
But just like we saw with any technology, that'll get whittled down to 4 or 5. And how can you hand off this asset when the ultimate 4 or 5 emerge who basically own this market? And that ability to transfer this physical asset to outside of bankruptcy court and all sorts of stuff,
The big thing with the collateral agreements is ultimately getting to that person that has the balance sheet that's not going to just go bankrupt and not be dealing with some random LLC that's a one-off that can file bankruptcy.
Are there model collateral agreements out there that utilities?
We've given, it's not part of this, but we've given Travis a memo of very specific data center rate collateral agreements. And it lays out, whether it be a letter of credit if you have a certain rating agency, whether it's a cash funded, it can be a rolling thing. So we've provided some language from specific data center rates. There's been a few, I think AEP Ohio was the first data center rate, and that was approved. Evergy trailed soon after that. We helped develop that one. And it's basically people have been plagiarizing them as they go because it was well structured and it was approved in a regulatory manner. And like the Kansas one was a unanimous approval and settlement with the residential advocates, the state, the data center owners, everyone. So they've it's kind of cemented the approach, and that was with some really strict collateral requirements.
So, last question then.
Yeah.
If we do get approached by a developer or 2 or 3, will you guys be in a position to help us sort of evaluate their solidity and if,
And we've helped kind of develop this kind of a governance structure and there's we can give you examples of other utilities there's kind of like gates on how serious they are. And there's a financial expectation along each gate. And sometimes when you get to gate 2, it's $1 million you expect to spend. Probably not in your case, but in some of the bigger things where you basically need to have that program or that process that developers can understand, and that'll help weed out some of the ones that aren't serious and are just window shopping.
Yeah, because we like the minimum rate, but obviously we want the maximum rate, so we'd want this to continue to operate. So, okay, awesome, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, next slide. Okay, so just a little bit about how we developed a sample rate for this. In fact, you can go to the next slide, please. So in general, here's some of the concepts we see in a lot of these large load rates. So very high fixed customer charge, although in the big picture, that's not a big component of this, but very high demand charges, fixed on contract demand, not actual output. Generally low base rate energy charges, because it's mostly all poured into the demand charge. And then the power supply is through a pass-through of the fuel or the variable power, or a lot of what people are doing is not so much for you, but if you're in a structured market like SPP or MISO, having a straight, whatever the energy clearing price is, that's a straight pass-through. So that puts a lot more risk on the customer by having that variability to the market energy rate, but it also protects the utility. So that's pretty the common theme there. Minimum term, these are typically 10 to 15-year contracts. So I'd say a real common one is to have a maximum of a 5-year load ramp, say you're slowly building into your capacity, And then you're locked in for 10 years after that. Whereas your existing industrial customers, you really don't have a contract. They're month to month. So this eventually becomes a long-term contract where they're locked in. And then minimum size. So what defines large load? And then we've had this conversation a lot. It's like, where do we set the line? I think that the 20 to 25 is very common. I think that makes sense in your case. Although if you're getting, 10, or, in your case, being a smaller system, you might want to even set it lower. But 25 to 75 is the typical range. LG&E and KU's, their one that is out now is at 50 megawatts. That's when they go on to this program as opposed to being on one of the legacy industrial rates.
Sorry, another question now. Are you seeing, do data centers have the ability to have variable load shifting? Like, can they be in a megawatt plan with their utilities, or are they
the AI data centers less so, but a common load that is similar is like cryptocurrency mining.
Okay.
And those do have the ability to control. So that creates both an opportunity and the ability for like potential demand response where they can benefit.
That's what I was wondering.
Data centers less so. Their profile will be higher in the summer and a little bit lower in the shoulder months because of cooling load, but not much. That's kind of that. They'll almost run full bore in the summer, and that maybe at 80% in the shoulder months. So that will drive a lot of that.
So is most of the load cooling?
It is just operating the servers and the heating and cooling, or not heating, but the cooling
So
load.
they really
is
don't
a
have
lot.
variability because they can't shut it off.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it will vary throughout the year.
Okay.
And then the other thing that should be considered, I'm not as much of a specialist on this, but a lot of them use tons of water. So that has to be a consideration with your program and how much water they're going to need and where it's coming from, assuming that's part of your issue.
Well, that was a question too. I mean, are there similar model agreements for the water investment? If someone came in and we need to do the agreement on electric, and they're gonna need a lot of water, and we're gonna have to do a lot of infrastructure to get them the water, then in our case, we would need 2 agreements, right?
Yeah, that would be a separate issue for sure.
Yeah, and I assume it's treated water, not just.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
We give them a special rate if it's not treated.
Real quick, not to dig on the water side, I guess I'm just obviously they're doing a lot of cooling.
Yeah.
And they're doing a lot of water cooling through their systems, but why are they, it's not a closed system, why are they continuing to?
I could bring in people that know that, because Burns and McDonald actually designed them too, but I do not have the expertise on how they're actually designed like that.
Okay, cool, thanks.
I don't want to get over my skis.
No worries, thanks, man.
Okay, next slide. So when we looked at rate options, like the first one we'll start with is like, do you have an existing rate that can handle this? So we looked at your biggest, like an industrial, the large industrial high load factor. It's kind of what it was designed for, to have a high load factor customer. We saw real quick that it's not sufficient. If you remember the cost side of what we talked about, it was $28 demand charge just for the power supply alone. And that's a $17 demand charge. So we very quickly moved off that this is going to be an existing rate, and we expected and wanted to have, for the reasons we've talked about, a separate new rate anyways. So to develop this rate, you can see on the new large load class, we kind of have the customer charge, then we've separated power supply and delivery. And the power supply demand charge and the power supply energy charge are effectively a straight pass-through of that prior slide adjusted for losses. So that a little bit of, it's basically increased by about 3% to adjust for losses. Probably wouldn't even have that much. So you're really getting a pass-through of your power supply. Then we have delivery demand charges depending on how they're served. So we talked about whether they're tapped off an existing substation or a Frankfurt plant board 69 kV line, or if they're tapped off a 230 kV KU line. So you would probably either have a transmission demand charge or a primary voltage demand charge. So it would be one of those two, not both. And obviously, if they're not using your distribution system, that's where the lower $2 demand charge would apply. And then an energy charge that's just set at 0.9%. That is somewhat arbitrary. The 2 and the 6 were really based on looking at the cost of service study and understanding those unit costs. The energy charge, at some point, you're recovering rates on the base rate side to cover. We haven't really identified specific A&G costs. Would you have to hire a new person? Would you have more people in your system? And the way these are almost isolated off another person's transmission line, probably not initially. But there will be costs over time, consulting costs. But we want to have enough of a base rate there to generate revenue to potentially protect the existing ratepayers from incurring higher costs. Because one thing that can happen, and we're seeing this, is when new load is added everywhere, everyone's costs are going up, and it is related to this. So there's opportunity to work on the base rate side to make sure that's sufficient to offset that potential as well. Next slide. And next slide. So just to kind of give you an idea of what this looks like when you add this hypothetical 20 megawatt customer to your system. So remember, we had the top is what the forecast we looked at already. You've got about a $10 million deficiency starting in 2028 fiscal year. And if you add this new high load factor, the new customer class, that creates about $1.5 to $2 million in extra base rate revenue per year. So the power supply has a pass-through, plus about $1.5 to $2 million a year. So while it drops the deficiency, it doesn't take it away, but it gives you cushion to work with to potentially offset future rate increases somehow, or use it to, define or do more capital projects that are needed within the system that may have been deferred because you're kind of just keeping rate increases to the power supply piece. Next slide. And then we also ran this all the way through the cost of service study. So this is what the fiscal year 2028 would look like. I remember cost of service is a snapshot of 1 year. And if we had that 2028, I indicated it would be a 15% rate increase. It doesn't look like that's the case now. But the spread amongst the classes looks pretty similar. Remember, your residential was under recovering a bit from the system average. It shows 23. General services right about the system average. And your larger classes, GSD, large power, and high load factor are all kind of under recovering, or over recovering their cost of service. And that's perfectly reflected in the rate design that Travis did. So, you're making those targeted changes to bring cost of service closer together. So, good job. Then as you see, as you bring in this bottom table is the new customer being added. You can see the second to the last column generates that $2 million extra in base rate revenue. So they're actually over recovering their cost of service by 12.5% on purpose. And it brings the overall system down by about 6%. And then the general spread amongst the classes stays proportional to what it was. So like I said, this is intended to have positive impact on the system, and it's purposely designed so that they're over covering cost. Next slide. Okay, so we've also discussed an alternative to what that rate structure I presented, and it really is all focused on the uncertainty in your power supply going forward. We know the KYMEA contract ends in 2029, so even if we do have a power supply contract with a new customer, I'm not sure what happens with that after that. And then you're still going through the RFP for the new power supply. So my suggestion is you can create a program or a tariff with the power supply piece negotiated on a case-by-case basis. And that's actually fairly common anyways, because you're really, a lot of these things, you're almost relying on the developer. It's like, all right, bring the power, how are you going to serve this? And we'll develop a structure around it. So I think in the near term, if this is something you want to go ahead and get on the books and publish, I would not put a firm power supply piece of this, but you can go ahead and structure the base rate side of it. And those rates stay the same. I think that's just I think that goes with the risk side of this, and it's not being, and maybe you end up with a better rate on the power supply side when it comes. So,
is the only downside of that is you could have multiple customers with multiple different rates?
Yes, yeah, but that's honestly, when we're dealing with loads that are this big of a dependency to your system, it may change incrementally each time, and it may be with your next power supply contract, you'll have certainty and know what happens if you expand by 20, 50, 100 megawatts. And if that's not going to raise the rates for the other members, other customers, maybe it works to embed them in the system at that point. But there's just too much uncertainty at this point to set something that's firm.
You also said we could set that up to be somewhat of a pass-through, at least on a
Very much
kilowatt
so,
hour.
yeah. And
just
that's what
tie
I
it
would do,
straight
yeah.
to
I would, in
market.
fact, whatever it is at the time with this first one, that piece of it gets isolated separately and becomes a pass-through.
One last, so if we were to set up almost a straight-up one client contract,
Mhm.
with our existing customers, we can meet and change the rates based on our discretion, but with a contract, would we have to sort of build in the 6 months like, how do you build in a rate increase to a contract? Every year, you have an option to increase, or do you build an escalator?
You would write the tariff language, or actually, at this point, we're talking about an ESA, an electric service agreement. You would write in probably projections of, it depends how it's being served. Are you off a specific plant? Are you just exposed to the market? Do you have a specific PPA that's defined? But the bottom line is that the language would be, it's a pass-through. So maybe a pass-through adjusted for losses, but from your end, we would make sure that so yes, it would probably have rate escalation, but that could be defined maybe if it's known, or it could just be a pass-through at the time.
Okay, awesome. Wow, I think you answered everything about data centers. Thank you very much.
All right, we're getting close to the end. All right, talk about, go up 2 slides, risk mitigation. So these are some of the concepts that we see in these data center rates specifically. Next we're gonna go through a bit. Fixed load ramp scheduler, how fast they, defining what you're required to serve in the early years until they get fully at load. Minimum contract term and minimum bill. What happens with exit fees? What if they do go down? Collateral requirements we'll touch on again, and then a minimum bill. So if we go to the next slide. So fixed load ramp refers to, if in the early years, it's a 20 megawatt load, but it's gonna go, 5 megawatts 1 year, 10. You wanna define that ahead of time to make sure that if you're having to procure that energy or that demand, that capacity in the market, and in year 3, they're not at 15, but you said they're gonna be paying for 15, even if their load is not there. So that's what that works. And that can also be a case-by-case basis, depending on how they are gonna be built and how they're gonna be served, so. Minimum contract return, I've seen these 10 to 20 years. I don't think you're really seeing many below 10. Probably a pretty common one is a 5-year ramp load up, and then 10 years after that. And that's really where you're just locked in, paying for that whole time. Minimum contract demand is often, like in the case we had, they'd be paying for 20 megawatts or some percentage of that. Typically, we'll see 80 or 90%, where your minimum bill is 80% of the contract demand, whether you're taking power or not. And I think I would say the longer the contract, the more flexibility you have with that. So I've seen some that are like 3-year contracts, but it's a 90% of that minimum bill demand charge. So, but that's effectively where it becomes a take or pay contract, whether you're doing load or not. Next slide. Exit fees, as you have a long-term, say we've got a 15-year contract, there are provisions in these rates that have exit fees. So if you decide you're done after 7 years, the exit fees generally say, well, it's got to be run off over about 3 years, but you're still paying the minimum bill through the duration. So there's no energy charges, that's fine, but you're paying that minimum bill through the end of the contract term. Collateral requirements, and these are pretty strict. I mean, we've provided a lot of language examples, but yeah, it's letters of credit, if not fully funded cash deposits. Usually you want to get to a parent company guarantee, someone that's not just be able to declare bankruptcy and walk away. And then minimum bill kind of goes off the minimum demand. So making sure that at least that demand charge and customer charges in there, assuming all the facilities were paid for up front, but sometimes you might have an agreement to allow the funding of a substation over time, but as long as they're paying for everything, but that would be in a minimum bill as well. Okay, next slide. So just wanted to give you a sample of KU and LG&E's new rate. Actually, I'm not sure how new it is. It's fairly new, I think. They are both called the extremely high load factor service rate. They are basically identical in tariff language. Because we initially had 2 sections. I'm like, wait, these are the same. 15-year contract, 60-month notice for termination of the contract, collateral requirements are significant, exit fees, everything we've talked about, they're doing the same thing. Looking at the rates themselves, you can see they're pretty common. So you've got about a $20 demand charge, 3-cent energy charge, and that's a per day customer charge. But keep in mind, that does include all their riders. Being an IOU, they like to have riders for everything. So that doesn't include, the fuel adjustment clause. So there's a lot of the power supply piece that's not even in that rate. But you can see this is very much in line with what we're seeing across the country and what we've recommended as well. So
Would this be an example? I mean, I don't know if it's even available to see it because they're investor-owned, but there is that big one that's being built in Jefferson County by that LG&E will serve. And I forget what I think it's 150 megawatt. I think it's that data center alone is bigger than our total load. And I know it's fairly far along because they're, I think, outrunning the planning. And zoning
I would
commission.
expect they'd
Yeah.
be served on this rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I know Jefferson, the Louisville Metro is working fast in planning and zoning.
Yeah.
And I think they're ahead of them, so.
Yeah, like I said, it's speed to market is the most important thing to them, and it's not cost.
Yeah.
Okay, you can go ahead and jump ahead 2 slides. Just, a couple takeaways to sum it up. So there is, just like what you said, there is so much need for capacity for these loads. Speed to market is more important than the lowest rate option. So you have no concerns there. Developers will not be surprised by, not getting a 5-cent rate. There's too much uncertainty in your current power supply situation to set a fixed rate like we initially ran the scenarios on. I think you're way better off going with a case-by-case basis for the power supply and having a structure around a rate that can serve this on its own. Getting those contract provisions and rate design structure is the key to protect the board, your ratepayers, all that, and making sure that this truly is locked in to where your investment in them is guaranteed return, and they're going to, stay with their commitments. But when structured properly, these, like I said, this can create extra base rate revenue with, as of yet, unidentified additional costs. So that can be a benefit to your members or your customers as well. So there is opportunity there. And as we've talked about, there are some specific options, or opportunities right now that are in the hopper, and these are potentially real opportunities.
Okay, now let's just talk really big picture, and Gary could talk about this all day, but since you're here. Okay, so my concern, big picture, and is you have a big swimming pool, which is the energy market for the whole country. And up to now, you've had various residential, commercial, industrial clients paying different rates at different loads and load curves and everything like that. If you start bringing this stuff in at scale at a higher premium, and demand, supply and demand, the old capitalistic market, this will just start shifting the power to these large load customers at a detriment to other customers, especially because they take it full time. It's not like they're only running at night and stuff. And if you can't build a power plant, in theory, for 2 or 3 or 4 years, how quickly are we going to just hit the wall here as a country?
I think there's certain pockets around the country where you have the ability to serve the load, and that's where they're focusing on. But trust me, there's the pipeline to build new plants it's there, it's coming. I think even Evergy and I in Kansas, Missouri, I think they're planning on like 6 combined cycles in their service territory. So.
Well, and I know this administration's pushing nuclear as a potential solution.
Which I'm a good fan of.
Well, it does large base loads.
Yeah, and that's why.
In continuous, which matches
but
this.
also not demonstrated in reality yet. So high hopes, but yes, there is the potential that all of this is going to raise cost for everyone. And that's why when we focus this, we want to make sure that the base rate side is structured enough where it's going to produce more revenue to offset some of that potentially.
But in 2029, as we go to the open market, we are going to be running right into this potential.
Yeah. So in one way, you're almost, if you don't play in the data center game at all and just say we don't want to deal with that, your costs are going to go up either way. So there's an opportunity to have some of these loads that maybe can produce some benefits on the back end.
No, I'm seeing that. So it's almost like you got to grab a data center if you can to help shelter yourself from.
True.
Okay. Gary, I'm sure you could have given that exact same breakdown.
I appreciate you coming to the presentation and the effort, knowledge they have accumulated can help us on that. But more fundamental, me and Travis, we talk a lot, David. So we really want to is risk-free to our existing customer. What we hope is the new data center or potential, they can come in to pay all the system improvement front. Then the second part is the energy demand capacity. But right now is a lot of uncertainty because between us and KYMEA, I think Greg, if Travis may correct me, the idea is there's a MISO market. You're gonna take a risk, take all the energy demand, anything you wanted. We just make sure we can deliver that to you. Then they can have all the risk and they can all the benefit too. In that way, we don't gambling, say, what's the demand? If we charge a $20 demand, if end up we have to pay 28, we can be in trouble. There are so many things we don't know. So we probably not chip in to try to profit from that piece. It's too much risk. On the separate part, we're discussing currently our current load and our customer. At least keep in next 3 years, right? But before the 2029, all the energy capacity already secured. The truth is, KBME may have a little more than they needed. So it's a good position in our perspective. So we're not going to have a risk, say, our customer don't have a capacity available, and potentially you have to pay very, very expensive power to make a difference. I don't think we have that case in front of us. But after 2029, on the different issue, you will have a discussing that very soon on different.
Any other questions?
One other question. Say a 25 megawatt, say that's what we landed. How many jobs would that create?
Construction, a lot. Ongoing operation, not a ton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like not a ton,
it's not like a three-line factory or something like
No, I
that.
mean, like not a ton, you mean probably like 12, 15?
Yeah.
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 All right. Okay. Greg, thank you as always.
You're welcome. Good to see you all.
Thank you very much.
So,
Do we need to take action to have that on a public hearing date, or we just?
So terrifying. It's so terrifying.
Yeah, we discussed that, and I don't know that the board took any action on.
well, I don't know, do we have to take a vote to do a public hearing, or do we, okay, at this time, I'd like to accept a motion to, have a public hearing at the May 18th meeting for, the rate increase discussion, as well as the, potential large load tariff.
So moved.
Second.
No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, John, warm up your vocal cords, buddy.
Yep. Well, would the hearing be on the proposal as presented in the doc? Is that what will be on for the hearing?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll have to finalize tariff language.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
that's what will be, that's what, the
Yeah.
tariff language itself will be presented at the public
Right.
hearing.
Yes, exactly, and unless we hear otherwise, I think it's gonna be mostly framed off.
Very similar to what
Craig's
KU and
suggestion.
LG&E do.
Well, we're gonna probably propose the pass-through on the power
Oh,
supply.
yeah.
as
Yeah,
opposed
yeah,
to fixed
yes,
rate.
yes,
So,
yes, yes.
again, unless I hear otherwise, that's
Right.
probably.
We started the actual tariff itself. We're waiting until the decision or feedback from this meeting to see
Okay.
where we pushed it.
Yeah. No, I agree. We need to leave that, negotiated rate in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Okay. Next item, item 5.4, consider approving the electric department response time policy. Michelle?
Good evening, Board Chair and members of the board. This policy established a required response time for the electric department employees to support health, safety, and general welfare of customers during emergency situations. The current policy limits electric employees' primary residence to 30 miles from Frankfort Plant Forest Service Center, located at 305 Hickory Drive, Frankfort, Kentucky. The revised policy replaces the 30 miles residency requirement with the 50-minute response time. This change provides greater flexibility for electric employees while improving recruitment opportunities for the electric department positions. Electric employees in covered positions must be able to report to the Frankfurt Plant Board Service Center within 50 minutes using either their personal or company vehicle, ensuring timeless response to outages and service-related emergencies. The policy applies to all electric department employees except for the administrative assistant positions, with a proposed effective date of April the 21st, 2026. Compliance with the response time requirement is a condition of employment for the affected positions. To support implementation, the response time requirement will be clearly communicated throughout the hiring process, including job postings, interviews, and new employee orientation. Candidates accepting appropriate positions, as well as current employees, will be required to sign an acknowledgement confirming their understanding and agree to comply with the policy. The proposed policy and acknowledgement documents are in the detailed pages for review. Staff asks the board to approve the proposed electric department response time policy and the policy acknowledgement agreement with effective date of April 21st, 2026. Does the board have any questions? Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead, Heather.
Okay, so I'm assuming we don't have a response time policy right now. It's just the 30-mile residency issue.
Correct.
Do we have, I mean, this makes total sense because really what we care about is response time, right?
Yes. Well,
Have we seen a problem with people being within the 30 miles, but the response time is varying?
not that I know of. I just know that over a period of time, everyone is no longer compliant, and so we were just trying to pull everybody back into compliancy, and as well as be a little bit more flexible as far as the residency, because even with the residency at the farthest point in Frankfurt, that was still more than 30 miles. Yep.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
is it 30 miles as the bird flies or 30 miles?
It was just 30
30-mile
miles.
radius.
Yep. And when we did, go ahead, I'm sorry.
More of a Google.
Okay, more of a map.
Yep.
Wasn't violate
Crossfire, right.
Okay, but 50 minutes, maybe someone could be 40 miles away by the interstate, they would be able to be here.
Yes.
That's cool.
The only question I have is, you said you had employees that have fallen out of the 30 minutes. I guess this will be another employment requirement where, somebody gets a call out, it's an hour. Somebody gets a call out, person gets a call out, it's an hour and 15 minutes or something like that. Will that just be handled in normal disciplinary action for the employees if you're not making the required time?
Yes, we will start progressive discipline. So the verbal warning, the written warning, maybe a suspension, but yes, it'll be handled.
And the other question I have, and this may be, kind of out of left field, this is back to the service center. Do you ever have your folks meet you at a spot if they've got everything, or do they have all the stuff? Will they need to get there to get mustered out? But were there ever times when they'll meet you at a place?
The only ones who will meet us at a place are the ones who are physically on trouble call at that point in time. That week, so they have company vehicles, so they have all the stuff, they come straight there.
Okay.
All employees who are called in have to go.
They have to come get their stuff, okay.
To the service center and
Okay.
grab equipment and material
Okay.
and trucks.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, it kind of along your line of questioning on that proposed acknowledgement form,
Mhm, yeah.
it states on there that I acknowledge I can be terminated
Yes.
for
right.
non-response.
And then I just assume that there's some flexibility if someone's being asked to come in during rush hour, or if they're behind an accident, or God forbid, the interstate is under construction constantly. But there's some flexibility. Someone can prove there's a reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about water? Does water have a similar policy?
No, not currently, no.
All right. Okay. Are there any further questions from any of the members? If not, I'll accept a motion to approve the new electric department response time policy.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Michelle. Thanks, Scott. Item number 5.5, consider award of bid number 1849 to Herrick Company Incorporated for the replacement of the traveling screen piping in the amount of $129,750. Brandon.
Yes, sir. During rain events, the traveling screens are used to remove any debris that may enter the raw water intake before entering the low-service pump well. This is to aid in any debris or foreign material from possibly entering the pump well and possibly causing damage to the pumps. A portion of the piping has been replaced, but the remaining piping needs replacement. Separate bids were opened on April the 9th, and one bid was received from the Herrick Company. The project is included in fiscal year 26 budget on page 28, line 195, in the amount of excuse me, $80,000. The scope was expanded to include installation of an electric valve and the associated electric work required to install the valve, resulting in the bid coming over original estimate of $80,000. The additional funds to complete the project are included in the proposed budget for fiscal year 27. Herrick has completed many jobs for the Frankfurt Plant Board with excellent results. FPB Water Treatment staff recommend awarding bid 1848 to Herrick Company for $129,750.
And the length of this project will be such that putting the money in the 27 budget we'll be able to make the final payments after the first of the new fiscal year?
Yes, there'll be some, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'd accept a motion for the acceptance of the award of the bid invitation 1849.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. Item number 5.6, consider approval of change order number 1 for the Leestown Road Pump Station in the amount of $3,263.06 with White House Concrete Construction. Sharmista.
So this is in addition to the contract with White House Concrete Construction to pour the concrete pad for the Leestown Road Pump Station. We experienced some delays in getting the pad poured, and primarily it was due to the winter storm. They just couldn't get out there. That was about roughly when they'd scheduled to go out there, so there were delays in that. And in order to meet the pump station delivery schedule, we asked them to take any means necessary to get the concrete hardened in time for the pump station. So that required just some accelerators, higher strength concrete. Okay. So it resulted in a little bit of addition to the cost, and there was some additional work too. They do some blockout work and add some additional concrete. So this is a project that's going to be reimbursed by the city of Midway, and requesting approval of change order number 1.
Okay. Any questions? Now I'll accept a motion. Second. Motion made and seconded. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Seeing none, the change order is approved. Thank you, Sharmista. Let's see. Next item on the agenda, 5.7. Consider approving notice of a public hearing for changes in cable TV rates. Harvey Couch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tonight we are asking the board to approve a notice to hold a public hearing on several proposed cable rate adjustments. First, on the programming side, we're proposing a modest increase to both the cable TV customer charge and the cable network pass-through fee. Pass-through fee reflects what we pay directly to content providers, and as you know, those costs continue to rise year over year, and as a result, we have to make annual adjustments like this to keep pace while staying aligned with our actual expenses. Next, the bulk cable rates would increase by a similar percentage. These services, primarily for hotels, dormitories, and larger commercial properties, are tied directly to our classic cable rates, so these adjustments are necessary to keep up with increases in wholesale license fees. Then with regard to premium channels, we're making adjustments in both directions. The cost we pay for HBO is increased, so we're proposing a corresponding increase to that rate. It will still be below what HBO sells their service for directly to consumers. And at the same time, our cost for Cinemax has gone down, and we're recommending that savings be passed on to customers through a lower rate. And finally, we're proposing updates to equipment-related fees, including set-top boxes and the digital gateway fee. These changes reflect higher maintenance costs, vendor fees for software and security updates, and the ongoing expense of supporting legacy equipment and back-end systems. Taken together, these adjustments are intended to keep our rates aligned with the actual cost of providing service. At this time, we're simply requesting approval to move forward with the public hearing process, which we would propose to have at the next board meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this item.
Okay. Any questions from any members?
The next meeting is gonna be one heck of a meeting.
It's gonna be a fun meeting.
Yes,
It's gonna be
it
a lot
is.
of fun. A
Everything
lot of
you
fun.
want more, yeah.
A lot of public input. Hopefully we have a lot of members of the public come out and express their feelings on these issues. But something tells me that may not happen, so, but we'll avail them of the opportunity nonetheless. Seeing no questions, take a motion to do a public hearing at our May 18th meeting on the cable increases.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Public hearing number 2 is set on the agenda. Next item on the agenda, Harvey, 5.8, consider approving Cable Advisory Committee appointment.
Thank you. Staff recommends appointing Ms. Tish Shade to the Cable Advisory Committee with a term beginning April 21st, 2026 through April 20th, 2029. This appointment is needed to fill the vacancy created by the expiration of Mr. Larry Totten's term. Staff advertised the opening of the volunteer position in the State Journal, on the FPB website, Facebook, Twitter, and it was also advertised on the Cable 10 and on Around 10. A copy of Ms. Shade's resume and letter of interest are included for your review. We would like to take a moment to recognize Larry Totten's service for the Cable Advisory Committee. He served from 2019 to 2025 and served as chair for a portion of his term. We appreciate his service and his contribution to the FPB and his community.
And I might just mention, he was recently elected to the Kentucky Public Pension Authority Board of Trustees. And you're right, Larry is very good.
He is, he's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Tish Shade is a great, addition. I mean,
Yeah.
she's very good.
So we're excited.
Yeah.
Any questions? Not, I'll accept a motion.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded to approve the appointment to the Cable Advisory Committee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, Ms. Shade is appointed, and we again thank Mr. Totten for his service. Next item on the agenda, consider approving the Weather Channel amendment. Harvey.
All right, thank you. Staff and the Cable Advisory Committee recommend approval of this Weather Channel renewal. It is an NCTC amendment with the term through February 28th of 2029. This renewal affords the Plant Board the opportunity to maintain our current Weather Channel subscriber rate for the remainder of this year, and the annual increases, which begin in March of 2027, fall well within budgeted projections. No additional carriage requirements or obligations are included in this agreement, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on this item.
Harvey, is this the Weather Channel that's on Channel 19, or is this the cable?
No,
the
this
cable
is the
channel itself?
cable channel, the Weather Channel.
Okay,
Yeah, the
all right.
Channel 19 feed is actually from AccuWeather.
AccuWeather,
Once
okay,
they,
okay.
it's no longer Weather Channel.
All right, yeah. Any questions? If not, accept a motion.
I move we approve the Weather Channel amendment.
Motion made. You take yours as a second. Jason, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Harvey.
Thank you all.
Next item on the agenda, General Manager's comments.
I don't have any, thank you.
Okay. Any old or new business? Okay. We'll need to go into closed session. Mr. Cubide.
I would request permission to call a closed session pursuant to KRS 61.8101N to select a successful bidder for award of a local contract and pursuant to KRS 61.8101C to discuss pending litigation regarding a customer matter, administrative matter, and a contract matter.
I'll take a second.
Second.
Yes.
618101B. on
1B?
1B, yes, sir, on deliberations on the sale of real property, since publicity would likely affect the value of specific piece of property.
If you.
The
Mr.
motion's
Chairman,
been amended.
Amend that motion to what Hans just said.
You
Thank
got
you,
it.
sir, I appreciate it.
And the second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? If not, okay, we're going into closed session, and we'll get going here in a We are finally back in open session. Mr. Cubine,
I'd like to make a motion for us to come out of closed session.
it's motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're back in open session. Mr. Cubine,
I'd like to make a motion that the board authorize the staff to submit necessary preliminary document to the city attorney.
Second.
motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Final item is adjournment.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, we will see you all next month. Thank you.
I must be, my man's gone.
And where was your?